Hey, the plan for today, I'm going to do this is going to be really boring, but I'm streaming it anyway. The goal is to run around and collect lumber because I'm doing some tracking on what will be the likely effort to collect lumber in retail once it goes live for doing crafting. So I'm going to set a timer and collect lumber for a set period of time for each group, each zone. I'm probably going to start with Dalaran and then collect around Suramar and the like as an area that I should just check where my housing XP is at. Don't know. I think I was stuck on level 2 before, so let's see if it'll let me upgrade my house before I leave the area.
Looking for something specific? See you around.
Yep, there we go. And I wanted to change change those. Sorry. Cool. That's got rid of that bar out of the middle of my screen and it'll only pop up when we've got combat. Before we go off and do the lumber, let's do, because I've been tracking these.
Wander no more. Build to your dreams.
Yellow round platform. Just what's it called? It's Belameth round platform. That is Belameth round platform. That was one of the ones that didn't know what it was. bottom of the waterfall near plot 54. I'm going to just set up a little data validation on it. Add rule, it can be done. Let's find this point. So bottom of the waterfall just north of plot 54. Plot 54. Where's plot 54 where it wants to be at all? There. Let's see if that is in fact correct as a description. Oh, yep, there it is. So it is at validate my plot number. That number 2352 at 49.73. Hi Keith. 42. Alright. My concentration hasn't been the greatest of late, which can be lethal during poker. Well, I say lethal. Not genuinely lethal, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I lose focus a bit too much during poker for it to be a good idea. We'll do a quick lap around the environment, see if we can get a few more points towards my being neighbourly. And I've got to get to 100. I think that puts me around 55-ish. Contrast isn't very strong.
I'm out of range.
How close are we to 100? 81. So if I can find another 19, we've got another coupon thing done. But we'll go collect some lumber shortly. I'm going to set a timer because I'm trying to test how long it's going to take to collect the lumber required for some of the crafting.
It is too far away.
We don't have a huge buy-in for the poker, and you know, you can walk away, but it sort of messes with other people's calculations if you're playing really loose. So it affects other people's enjoyment of the game as well if I'm playing really badly. Or more to the point, inconsistently. Unpredictably. There's unpredictably on purpose, and then there's unpredictably because you can't pay attention.
I need to get closer.
I've just been buying up herbs on retail to put myself in a better position for making dyes when the system goes live and when the housing goes live on retail in a couple of weeks' time. And feeling a little like there is too many things to do at the minute because there's quests I need to do and stuff I need to level in retail to unlock some stuff that I want for housing. We've got the remix event running in retail at the moment. Which I started leveling my second character earlier today. For a class I haven't really played to any great extent before. I need to actually level a few of them because I want to unlock some rewards. Nope, looks like I hit my 100. Okay, it laps around again. Interesting. I could fish. I'm gonna go, oh, that's it, only in midnight zones. Interesting. Alright, let's go do some lumber collection. And in addition to the lumber collection, there have been some updates to the Let's do a kosher reload. To the decor vendors. The WoW DB housing has had some updates with some more information on vendors et al. But I think the most efficient way to gather is going to be in Surima, because I could also get ancient mana at the same time, which was one of the currencies required in that zone. I'm going to put the lumber that I have in the bank so that it doesn't throw off my counts.
Hello.
Alright,
Safe travels.
so let's get ready to set a timer. Now, I was going to set a timer for 30 minutes. Let's just make sure that we're actually displaying lumber.
We have a target for you in this area. Be vigilant. The Legion
And
landed
of course,
right
making
on our
assumptions
doorstep.
that lumber will
And
be in
Elison
Surima.
simply let them in. Disgusting.
Fish, so tracking is working.
Strike it, Felsoul hold. Show the Legion that some of us are not so easily broken.
What item I need to have in my bags to have mana tracking turned on? But we're not looking for mana, we're looking for the trees. Oh, there's some.
Fatality! Fatality!
You will become like us.
So one of the things that I've been trying to work out is there like an invisible skill level associated with the lumber that as I skill up, I will collect more lumber on average, because initially I was just collecting ones, and then in my last session of collecting, there was a couple of times I collected threes and a few twos. We've had 1, 2, and I don't know if it's per type, if that makes any sense. There are a number of different types of lumber, one per expansion type. I know this isn't going to be a super entertaining stream, but we're doing science. This is part of the whole testing proposition, is to test stuff. Hello, little man. You think it's dinner time, do you?
Fatality!
It's only collecting twos nearly half the time now, so I don't know, maybe it does level up. It's hard to say.
Fatality!
The icon is so similar to fish. It's on the same angle and roughly the same size, but it's a log rather than a fish.
The minions of Nightmare continue to defile Moonclaw Vale. Fight back against them, champion!
This is kind of a chill and cruisy thing to do.
Nightmare spreads like a pox on the land. We might put a stop to it here before it continues to corrupt Val-Shara.
There's the tree. That way.
Fatality!
The number I'm collecting seems to have dropped off again, so I wonder if it's richer in areas where it's sparser. Geordie's hacks for any sort of gathering. When you can gather without shifting out of flight form, you can just kind of cruise around. Future tests might be 15-minute sprints for each tie, just so I can get some more zones done in a reasonable period of time. Everyone's crying. Mum isn't giving me attention or feeding me. It's tragic. How will I survive? I wish I was running Elephant. Might have to see if it works. It's a chat add-on that I run sometimes that would let me have a look at the loot table
Birthed in the
to
chaotic
see.
energies of the failing Arkandor. They must be eradicated.
The Legion landed right on our doorstep. and Ellison simply let them in.
Fatality.
Disgusting. Strike at Felsoul Hold. Show the Legion that some of us are not so easily broken.
It's the tree. There. Can you put a... Can you add a medium spaghetti pizza with garlic for me?
Garlic bread.
Medium spaghetti pizza plus garlic. Because it is a junk food night, because we have people here playing poker. And hopefully this time I'll get to eat some of it, because last time I ordered the spaghetti pizza, by the time I went out to grab a slice, people had eaten it all. It is all the carbs, but it's kind of nom.
We have a target for you in this area. Be vigilant.
I would say that it's only doing singles now, for the most part, which is a little distressing.
We have a target for you in this area. Be vigilant.
There we are. We've got 13 minutes to go.
We have a target for you in this area.
Complained about it and I got a 2. Any intel soul hold.
Target for you in this area.
My guess is probably not, but let's have a quick look anyway. There's also the trees on the ridge on the other side. Highest I've seen so far is 3, but I don't know if it's leveling up with the collection. I've had a couple of random 3s pop up. I don't know if it can go higher than 3. I guess I will find out if it procs on. But so far we haven't seen one higher than 3. overshot. Okay, we can get it down in Felsal Hold.
Target for you in this area.
What sort of
Be vigilant.
things does it attach to? Broken stumps, by the look of it. There was a 3.
We have a target for you in this area. Be vigilant. We have a target for you in this area. Be vigilant. We have a target for you in this area.
Yeah,
Be
yeah.
vigilant.
Down in Felsal Hold we go. So the question is, what zone should I collect in next? Classic and Cataclysm are going to be interesting because they are side by side and have a risk of I'm going to be in the wrong zone by accident and mess up my calculations. I'm going to have to be selective about where I collect Classic, where I collect for Cataclysm. would need to do a couple more tests to get some averages that we'll do the first lap of the various zones to get them done first. Because what I would like to see is, does the numbers change if I use something like a potion of perception? Does it give me a better collection rate? Because that gives you a better quality collection for some other professions. So we're seeing the same nodes popping up now. So it'd also be interesting for Gatherer to see if it collects a data file of nodes so you could fly from node to node. Of course, it might be one of the add-ons that won't be allowed. We haven't seen yet what's going to happen with the mapping add-ons. I will cry if Handy Notes becomes unavailable. It's such a good add-on. So for the people that just joined us, I'm doing a test on lumber collection for decor. I'm collecting in specific zones to see how many I can collect in a set period of time. For Warlords of Draenor lumber, I have also chosen to do it predominantly in Suramar, so that I'm picking up ancient mana as I'm going around as well, because most of the decor from that isn't explicitly connected to order halls seems to use ancient mana for currency. So starting with a full 2,000, when I bought stuff the other day, I couldn't buy one of everything before I ran out of ancient mana, so I'm restocking as I go around so that I'm being as efficient as possible with that collection. Getting really close to the end of my timer. Alright, that is my timer. Alright, we're going to gather that last one because I started a couple of seconds late. And I saw it on screen. Well, they say 3 data points for a trend. And obviously I'm not going to have perfect collection rates. But it'll give me a general indication. So we collected 84. How many ancient mana did I collect? $630, so not quite half. But let's go have a quick look. There was a couple of vendors that I didn't quite get to. So I don't think I managed to get everything from Josena. Yeah, interesting. She has 2. I wonder if they haven't done the it's not letting me track coordinates. Interesting.
These thugs have been harassing my supporters. I know those beasts of House Stellaris are behind it.
Where is she located? She is located about there.
My goods are exquisite. Pleasure doing business.
About here.
Citizens have taken up arms to defend safe houses throughout Suramar. Find innocents in peril and lead them to safety.
Fatality!
I have enough arc wine to spare for the needy around the city. Find those who cannot travel to my tavern and see that they drink their fill.
Long live the Nightwell!
Let's see where they are. What currency they use. They are about there-ish. Blue flame, I'm going to have to shut the terrace door shortly.
What is your pleasure?
Okay, so he uses ancient mana and sells a whole bunch of cushions.
You will not find a better bargain.
Waypoints seem to be turned off. I wonder. I don't know why waypoints aren't working. I wonder if they turned something off. Let's go see what currency you use. Alright, so you're there on the map.
The Legion landed right on our doorstep. And Ellison simply let them in. Disgusting. Strike at Felsoul Hold. Show the Legion that some of us are not so easily broken.
Myrtle? Where is Myrtle?
The Felderoi were elves once. Now they are monsters, birthed in the chaotic
enough to buy a
energies
pillow?
of the failing Arkandor.
Before I leave the area?
They must be erased.
Yes, probably just. Alright, so let's go back to where that that's not going into my count, but I'll collect it anyway as I'm going past. I need to look at the recipes and see how many I need for a recipe. Now, where are the trainers for here? They're in Dalaran, so I've been and collected them. So just flipping back to that sundries ender.
We have a target for you in this area. Be vigilant.
They will let me know when the pizza arrives.
Another shard.
Take a look. I sell all manner of wares.
Interesting that some are a different cost than others. They're the same size cushion. So, if I that needs 25. I'm not on the right one. I want Legion. That needs 35. That needs 22. That needs 28. That needs 30. 20. 15. So I would have been able to make at least one of the most expensive items. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next zone. I'm going to pop across to Dalaran so I can put that in the bank.
Many Nightborn were murdered when Elisand and the Legion attacked. Strike back. Show those devils we will not stand for tyranny.
Probably the next one to check would be Warlords of Draenor because I have an easy way to get there as well. But let's pop that in the bank.
Greetings.
So as not to throw my numbers off.
Go with honor.
Yes, it does sound like they're having fun, doesn't it? Oh, so. Is Shadow Moon Valley going to be a good option? Let's run 30 minutes again and see how we go. I can pause it if I need to. Mind you, if I haven't found any within 5 minutes, I will stop, because I do know there's a couple of zones where we don't think it's been implemented yet, so if we don't find any in a couple of minutes, we'll assume that it's not implemented in this zone yet. I'm not saying anything. This zone may be a bust. Maybe not yet implemented. It's looking very not yet implemented.
Are you in the driveway, Del? I'll probably get you to move.
Why? Have you got dinner on the way? Okay. Is it to manage anxiety or? I know there is lumber planned for this zone, but I'm not seeing any pop up. Yeah, we're about to hit the 5-minute mark. I would say not yet implemented in Warlords. So we'll go to the garrison and we will change zones. Given I wasn't seeing anyone else flying around, and thus far I haven't had problems finding it in the zones I've been collecting in, I don't think that's what's doing it. I think it's let me go check what's going on with Brim. I'll be back in just a sec. Sorry for the unplanned break. We had a little bit of drama here, but it's okay. I am going to head off to the Caverns of Time because that puts me in a good location to go to the zone at the bottom of the continent where I think will be a good place to collect Oldham. I think it's going to be a decent place to collect for Cataclysm because it is well and truly contained. So it should give me a good test. Assuming it's implemented for Cataclysm. I'm pretty sure it is because I think I collected it in Twilight Highlands the other day. We'll get to the zone, just over the edge of the ridge here, and then we'll start the timer and we'll start collecting in that zone to see if it has stuff. It is a pretty sparse zone as far as trees go, but there are a few areas that have them. Let's make sure we've got that turned on. We'll start the timer and off we go. Do we have any...
A massive number of Akir have emerged from the sands.
Why am I swimming?
Exterminate them before they infest all of Uldum.
Of course, we may end up back at Twilight Highlands because there may be none in this zone. I figured going along the oasis would be a good location to check, but maybe not. This being one of the two zones that can have nightmare events in it, they may have decided to put the loot in it or one of the last zones because it might be tricky to get the phasing right.
It's still recharging.
Not looking good. I would definitely expect to have found some by now. That's another Cataclysm zone. Hyjal. Hyjal I can get to relatively quickly. Maybe we don't start the timer until I find the first log or I give up. This is not looking good. I thought this would be a good zone to do it because it's quite cleanly delineated as to the zone or not. Alright. I'm not liking my chances. So let's go to Hyjal and see if our luck's any better. Avon will probably be a bit happier now. He's been fed. He was very anxious when I went out to check on Bryn. So that bit's resolved at any rate. I won't have him jumping on keyboards at me. I know we found stuff in Twilight Highlands, so we know at least some of the Cataclysm zones have been given lumber. Oh, there's some. Getting stuck on tree roots. They've both acquired the habit of jumping up on the desks in my office and jumping on keyboards, which is a touch annoying, particularly given some of them are work computers and I don't really want cats sending random messages. Hello, Echo. What you doing, little girl? It's very brave of you to come in here through the other room. Still getting used to the way they've changed flying. The Hydra doesn't seem to have a high concentration of stuff. Nick makes clicking noises. That's not ideal. Could make a list of which bosses drop decor and do a boss run. Get some data on that too. I'm thinking the Cataclysm lumber is going to be a pain in the butt. I'm surprised the cats are talking to me today. I trimmed their claws this morning because they've got to go to a cattery in a couple of weekends' time, plus they're getting a bit long and feral anyway. They're getting snagged on furniture. Obviously the anxiety medication is kicking in for Bren. He's sounding perky already. Oof. No, it goes up on the windowsill. Yes, it is. Not yet implemented is quite common in beta. It's a question of that sounds like dinner arriving. I may have to pause the timer in a moment to go get a couple of slices of pizza, so it doesn't get snaffled. Yep, that's the dinner people back. I'm going to park on the roof here. I'm going to pause my timer. And I'm going to step away for a minute again, I'm sorry, to go grab something to eat. Be right back. Alright, I've rescued my pizza. Rescued my pizza and I've put the rest in the fridge. So we will, I will restart the timer and I can see that some has respawned while I've been away from keyboard. I'll have to check later to see how quickly it spawned in. Have a bite. This is totally going to affect my timing on this one, but We'll see what we find. The numbers were pretty thin before now anyway. I'd imagine it's something that once you've worked out... Oh, that last one was a 3. Once you've worked out a path and worked out what zones have stuff, it would get faster. But at the moment, we don't know. So the lumber is bind to warband account. So you could have one character that is your lumberjack who collects and then craft on other characters in your warband. Which if you've got multiple professions, that could be a really good way to do it. That is a wet pizza. Not everyone does spaghetti pizza quite that wet. It's all the carbs. It's not common, but the pizza shop that we go to do it, and every now and again I grab one because it's yum. It's not great for me health-wise, but I eat pretty well most of the time. I think it's a fairly Australian quirk to do it, and they basically just get spaghetti bolognese and put it on a pizza base and through the pizza oven. So, you know, there's healthier choices. Normally I get something like a chicken Caesar salad or something, but I just felt like that today. It's been a wonky couple of weeks. I'm getting the lumber showing up now. So if I stick to this side, I stick to sort of this quadrant, there seems to be lumber in here. Oh, it faded out as I got to it. Interesting. I wonder if there is someone else around gathering. I don't want to attack, I want to gather. That's interesting. Every time I land, they... like it's phasing out. There are a couple of areas in this zone that are phased based on quest progression. And I've done all the quests in this zone on this character, if it's copied the progression across. And so I'm wondering if the ones that have been fading out are in earlier phases of the zone. So they're appearing, and as I land, it's bringing into correct phase, and the lumber doesn't exist in that phase. I will put a note in the comments that I had, and I wrote it up later that I had them phasing out. When I make pizza at home, the two that I make usually is I do prosciutto, basil, capsicum on a tomato base. Yeah, it's just phasing out in that location. Where am I there? And then Brem likes an Aussie pizza with mushroom, which an Aussie pizza is ham, bacon, egg on a tomato base. Obviously, both have cheese on them. But I like my prosciutto with basil. And the capsicum gives it a bit of a bonus fibre. I'm gonna have to clean my keyboard later. My fingers are a little greasy. But pizza is nom. That'll be that same log that keeps trolling me. So I'd say we got more 2s and 3s in Suramar than we've been seeing here. That's the one that trolls me. And you seem to have a lap going now. Ah, yes, there is someone else flying around. So I wonder if that other node would be up if I went around now. No, it's phased out again. This one of the ones that's going to fade out. Yeah. Now the regrowth. That patrol node? Nope. I need to check what vendors are in Kalimdor. I think when I looked they were all in phases I couldn't readily get to, or were horde based. There was one that was, I think, old version of Dionysus, and I might have to go check out. Okay, he's obviously doing much better because he's geeking about theatre now in the other room. The regrowth is a good zone for collecting. That hurts. So how many minutes? We've got 7.5 minutes left on this timer. It is definitely not going to hit the same number that I got from Suramar. Not at all helped by the lumber that kept phasing out. So Ashwood may be harder to come by, but we'll have a look once the time is up to see what number we ended up with, and also if I've learnt the cataclysm recipes. That was a 2. That's the trolley one. Yep, I get close to it and it despawns. Is it? In that tree. The problem with all the trees is you fly into them. You reckon is Felwood going to be a good zone to try and collect classic lumber? Well, it's going to be a pain in the butt to fly around. Darkshore might be better. But it's another phasing zone, so it might have its own issues. Winterspring could be an interesting test, or Moonglade. A little bit of lag when you're flying, particularly playing on newer servers, trying to work out where you are in relation to the lumber. Hello little girl, you're coming down off the windowsill now. You're going to come and say hi, you're going to try and steal my dinner, aren't you? Hello. You can smell my dinner, is that what's going on? That's not happening. Yeah, I know. It is interesting, but it's not for you. Neither will the brownies be for you when we have them later. So I had a anxiety-ridden visit to my parents last weekend. And on the way home, I drove past. There's a chocolatier on the highway on the way back, and I stopped and picked up some chocolate on the way through, and they had brownie kits. They're using their homemade chocolate in the mix, so I picked up a set and I made some brownies this afternoon. So they're in the kitchen waiting for everyone to have had dinner to put them out. And someone else brought chocolate crackles, I can see. I think I know who that probably was. So chocolate crackles are, I don't know if they make them in other countries. In Australia, a chocolate crackle is rice bubbles that have been, so rice bubbles are puffed rice, and then you put a mix of, it's usually either cocoa and kofa or chocolate and kofa that you melt and you pour over it, and it sets.
Fatality.
Sets solid, and then you cut it into slices. And it does tend to melt in your hands while you're eating it if you're not careful. But oh, that's the end of the time. All right, so let's get up in the air. What did we collect? We collected 81. So not actually that much less than the other one. That was the ashwood lumber. Once I got the lap going, it was not too bad. So 81, which given how long it took to find the first lot, and I had that troll one. The previous one was 84. Not terrible. There's the mount. My bars are all over the place. Because something changed between
like you.
between PTR and here on the bar organisation on my template. Alright, so what do I reckon? Goldwood would be a pain to fly around the trees. Just looking at my vendor list. I'm just having a quick look to see if there's anything on this continent. Dusk on the march. There's something there. Oh, I've got that. Don't need two of those. Yeah, they seem to have gotten rid of the I've spoken to him. Alright, so Winter Spring is one option. Moonglade. Moonglade's fairly contained and it is easy to get to, so let's go Moonglade, because I can eat while I'm porting, and then we'll go do a fly around Moonglade. So, having grown up in the bush, they have a thing called the Country Women's Association here, which is sort of like the equivalent of the Women's Institute, as far as the Brits are concerned. There's one on the map. Where did it go? Back there. So growing up, lots of baking. Lots of baking going on around me, and people making slices and various baked treats. So I have a reasonable repertoire of baked slices. One of the favourites is the caramel slice, which usually has a crushed biscuit crumb. It'll have some cocoa holding the biscuit together, and then you have caramel as a layer, and it's usually made with brown sugar and condensed milk. And then you have top layer is chocolate. It's usually dark chocolate, but it varies. Another popular Australian slice would be it's kind of a coconut slice that has again a biscuit crumb, and then you'll normally biscuit base, and then you'll normally do like a jam layer, and then you'll do your coconut topping that is probably not similar in texture to a chocolate crackle. I don't do a lot of slices and things these days because we tend to not eat that sort of stuff so much ourselves. For us, I do a lot of soups. I have been known to sit down and write off half a dozen different soup recipes off the top of my head on occasions. And I do have to write up for a friend. I do a citrus and herb chicken spread thing that I do in summer to have on toast. It's high on protein. Uses a cream cheese base, so like Philadelphia cream cheese type cheese, with cooked chicken that's been poached in lemon juice with fresh coriander and continental parsley, garlic, ginger, bit of paprika, zest and juice from a couple of limes, and you blend it into a sort of cream paste dip sort of consistency, and have it spread on toast. You can also use it as a sandwich filling, but it's high protein and something I can have a tub of in the fridge during summer, that when the weather's too hot to cook I can just make a bit of toast and spread some of that on top, and it's tasty and filling and nutritious. Oh, this is going to go well. They're starting a new rule set for the poker that no one understands. It sounds like some variant on Omaha. That they're playing highs and lows. We're sort of just taking bites while gathering. So I can finish the pizza before Echo comes to steal it. She's gotten quite cheeky in the evenings. We are not the best at sitting up at a table to eat dinner when it's just the two of us. We tend to eat in front of the TV, and she likes to come and check out what's on my plate. She's not quite as bad as one of my previous cats, who would literally try and steal the food from out of my hand or mouth if I wasn't quick enough to swallow. If I was having something like cheese on toast. She loved cheese, that particular cat. Probably not the best for a little tum. Lots of cats are lactose intolerant, for all the cats like milk. I'm not going to be surprised if we get a lot more lumber from this zone than from the last two. I am 8 minutes in, so less than a third of the way through the timer. And I would say I'm more than a third of the way through the collection. Well, I haven't had any 2s and 3s recently. All complaining about it changed my luck. Yes, maybe I should complain some more. There's a bit of a running joke in Guild that complaining about something not dropping is the single best way to get it to drop. So the House of Doom next door has a new resident as of today. A family member has moved in. I don't know if they've moved in as in they've taken possession of the property or if they just come in as to babysit the house until such time as, I'm guessing, probate is settled. But they've moved in this weekend. And they appear to be young and healthy, so maybe they'll last longer than the last couple of people that have moved in there. I didn't want to tell them about the last couple of residents and spook them. We joke that it's cursed. We've had. I'm assuming that the gentleman that bought it earlier in the year passed because I haven't seen him since he last went in for chemo. But we've had 3 deaths in there in 4 years, which, given how long it takes to settle up a property after the owner's deceased and get it through probate to sell it, that's pretty good effort on behalf of the house. They seem nice enough. Had a little chat with them yesterday. They were doing some work in the garden as I pulled up. I ducked out at lunchtime to do a quick grocery shop. While I was between meetings for work. My watch is telling me it's time to stand up and get some exercise. Oh, there's a 3. Worked out yet if there's a correlation between the size of the tree and the amount of lumber it gives. It doesn't seem to. Like, this is a really big tree. If it was based on the size, you'd expect to get a 3, but it's a single. I'm pretty sure one of the 2s came from quite a small tree. It varies. Most houses in Australia are generally fully detached, and there's a bit of a sort of thing for the quarter-acre block. Oddly enough, the house next door is a duplex. So it's one half of a semi-detached house. In the inner city, like the very inner city, we'll have apartments or terrace houses. So I have lived in terrace houses. One point I lived in a terrace house that had a pub on one side of us, and our backyard shared a fence with their beer garden. And in the summer we would get a lot of noise, and we would get things like garlic bread come over the fence, which we got really annoyed about, and we kept asking them to ask the patrons not to do it. So in the end we started pitching it back over the fence, back at them, which tended to resolve things pretty quickly. But that particular pub, they used to do their maintenance late on a Sunday night when they weren't trading, so they'd have the angle grinder out at 10 o'clock on a Sunday night, which was not ideal. But it was close if you wanted a pint. It wasn't our preferred pub. one of my aunts and uncles had a group of terraces that they bought in Fitzroy, which is one of the inner suburbs of Melbourne, where they had they were hippies. They had a commune in Fitzroy, and next door to them were the Hare Krishnas. I'm not joking. But they had a big shared common backyard with a couple of other terraces, and would do big communal meals and that sort of thing. It was always interesting to go visit them. They don't live like that anymore. They sold it all a few years back. I don't know if they sold it as a single property to someone or whether they divided it up again to sell it. Probably would have made them more money to divide it up because it would have been a heritage overlay. Probably couldn't demolish it. Flats and apartments. So we have. I've lived in flats a few times in Melbourne. Before this house, we lived in a flat in Clifton Hill, which is again inner suburb. It has its highlights, but where we were not far from the freeway, so it could have been better. But it was affordable. I moved into it originally by myself because the people I'd been sharing with, things were not going well, so I decided to move out. You had people throwing things at each other and picking fights and all sorts of drama, and I just decided I'd had enough of it all and moved out by myself so that I didn't have to put up with that. And then I'd been there about 6 months when I met Graham, and he came to visit and never went home. And we bought this place 2001, so we've been here a few years now. We're here 25 years next year. Yeah, one of my housemates I'd lived with in 3 different locations at that point, but just they were about to move overseas for work, and the other housemates were just so much drama, and it was just easier to be in control of my own destiny. Moonglade seems to be quite an okay zone for gathering in. You do a lap around the lake in the middle, and it keeps the trees pretty much constrained to a narrow band, which makes it easier to collect. So probably would repeat this lap in retail when the time comes. It's been consistent at delivering. Yes, well, it's our silver wedding anniversary at the end of this month. That's frightening too. For a limited value of in control. Not so much most of the time. You guys decide when I get to go to sleep at night and when I get to go up. Because if they're being hyperactive, I get woken up. Don't know, it'll go. My computer's warm, isn't it? It's a warm spot to sit. I'm gonna have to vacuum out the vents again, aren't I? Try and decide if you want to come sit on my lap, are you? You're giving me looks. You're welcome. Yeah. You're feeling chatty, are you? Yeah. We're on. No half measures. It's not too bad today. It was very cold the last couple of days. Today was mid-20s, I think, so it's starting to cool down a bit. It's 8 o'clock at night. It's probably time to shut the terrace doors so we don't get moths inside. So after this lap finishes in a few minutes, I'll go shut the terrace door. Probably the curtains at the front end of the house. It's dusk at the minute. The sun is just going down. We actually had an Australia Aurora Australis the other night. It was fairly overcast where we were, but I saw some really good photos of it. That someone took on the other side of town. I don't know about the kamikaze moth. I know we, where did we drive? We drove somewhere recently where we hit a bunch of insects and I had to get the car detailed. We, a few years ago now, we were driving back from Canberra after a role-playing convention and flew through a swarm of bog-on moths, and bog-on moths are big, very, very big. Oh, was it the bog-on? No, it was the locusts. The bog-on moths were another time. It was the locusts, the like grasshopper things. We flew through, and it was, where were we? We were not long before the border between New South Wales and Victoria. We stopped at a place called Holbrook, which was the first town we came to after we flew through the insect swarm. And I was trying to sort of like sluice off the front of the car, sluice off the intake vents, just so that I could drive to a friend's place in Albury, which was sort of the next major population centre from where we were. We crashed there for the night unplanned to try and clean the car off a bit because I was worried it was going to overheat because it was also stupid hot. But just the front of the car was just caked with about 1.5 inches of squished locusts. And we brushed it down and hosed it off, and when we got back to Melbourne, I took it to one of the local car wash places and went, just make the problem go away. And it, like, you know, 36 hours later, there were still twitching legs on the front of the grill that we hadn't managed to dislodge. And I was like, if I have to pay extra to clean it, I will. And they go, no, it's fine. It's like, okay. It was revolting. The noise they made as they hit. But yeah, bog-on moths are also a bit of a problem sometimes when you're driving, and they're big and fat and plump and make a squish noise when they hit the front of the car. They were a bit of a delicacy for the Indigenous people. They would cook them in the coals of the fire and eat them as a source of protein. Oh, you're being all smoochy. Yeah, it's not working, is it? Smooching on the edge of the desk there. I'm going to fall off. Two minutes left on the timer. Yep. Classic timber looks like it's going to be much easier to gather than some of the others. August 3. I decided that wards wasn't implemented, so what should I do next? Maybe try Outland next and see if it's been implemented. Out of the place. I don't normally end up with a terribly splattered windscreen, but every now and again. Drove down the Ocean Road and back the other day and got a few doing that. But part of it's seasonal as well. They're more likely to be out and about at certain times of the day and certain times of the year. Alright, that is the timer. So, the end count was 106, which was substantially more than the previous two, which were 81 and 84 respectively. So I think the next one's going to be Outland. Or should I do Northrend, because I've got a quick way there. I think I'm going to do that. We'll see if we will head to Northrend, because I can do that quickly and easily. But beforehand, I'm going to go shut the terrace door and grab myself a brownie. So I'll be back in a minute. We'll see if the standard deviation is quite high. It could just be that I was in a better zone for collecting. But what? We'll talk about moths. But we will. What I've done the last couple of zones is I haven't started the timer until I've seen the first log to make sure that it's actually a zone that you can collect in. Oh, there's one. All right, so let's start the timer. And this is Northrend, and I will mostly stick to Grizzly Hills because I know that it is heavily wooded. The brownies may be a little overcooked, but they're good. Very cakey brownie mix, as opposed to some that are quite dense and fudgy. So, is there a fish or a log? So it was a mixed chopped chip. But there were also little mint chips to stir through it at the end, which I did. So they have a little bit of a minty freshness to them. So I would say at a guess about 10% of the time it gives you bonus ones. I haven't noticed a substantial uptick in the frequency of the bonus ones since like it's leveling up. That said, I just got 2 3s in a row. Where is it? There. Because I'm playing on a US server, because all the servers are US servers for the beta, there's a little bit of a lag as I'm flying around for it to render things sometimes. So I can fly over the log before it appears on the minimap sometimes. Not all the time, but it's a little laggy to update sometimes. We'll have a look and see if there are any decor vendors in. Where are we? We're in Northrend. Witch King. Borean Tundra and Sholazar Basin. We'll go check those out before we leave the area. And I should check out the profession trainers, which will be in Dalaran. See what recipes there are to be had. Hello, what you doing, little girl? Oh, you're just going to sit there, are you? Need to come farm goblins at some point. It's one of the few reps I don't have maxed. Is the goblin cartel. I need to look up the requirements for the Insane title and see if, since they've made reputations warband wide, whether if I do the pirate reputation, whether it's going to tank all my goblin reputations, and I should probably do that before I start leveling them up. It's going to be a pain in the butt to grind them back up again. Hello. What you doing? Please don't play them. That's not a good kitten spot. Back, back, back. Not down there. It's not a good kitten spot. That's where all the cables are. I don't want you playing them. Yeah, that's okay. Don't like that one either, but it's better than where you were. Cats, man. They're little fairy balls of chaos. This one seems to be doing quite well as well. Grizzly Hills definitely seems to be working out. I'm worried she'll electrocute herself if I let her play with the cables too much. Other than the fact that she could potentially blow up the computer. She likes climbing down and getting entangled in the wires out the back of it. I don't know why. And her brother likes chewing on the cables that are under my bedside table that are for charging the electronics in there. It's like he keeps licking the end of the charge cables, and I don't know if he's getting little baby shocks from them. He thinks it's spicy. He's a strange animal. Or whether he knows it just gets him attention when he does it, because I always go and take them off him. And he just goes back and does it again. It can make getting dressed in the morning really annoying, because I'll have to stop what I'm doing every 5 seconds to try and get Avon out of the cables. Alright, I know which cubby hole you're in now. I can hear you. I'll have to remember to fish you out of there when I'm done tonight. Not a chatty bunch tonight. Just our mate Keith chatting. Champ's busy playing poker, so she won't be in chatting. So there's a YouTuber I watch from time to time who's an American who is obsessed with Australia. And I get a giggle from time to time. So he got a package delivery from one of his followers this week. And it was some Australian breakfast foods. And the first thing he had was some Milo. So Milo is a chocolate-flavoured malted, a chocolate-flavoured malt additive. And I think he read the instructions on the can and it was going, put 2 teaspoons or something in a glass of milk. And all the Australians in the comments are just like, no, you need to put more in than that. And he was stirring and stirring and stirring and stirring. And normally when we have it in Australia, you would put in like, I don't know, half a cup or more to a glass of milk. There were people joking in the comments that you put in like 2 parts Milo to 1 part milk. And you usually want to have it with like a crunchy top on it, where the Milo got damp, but is still substantially unmixed in the milk. And if it doesn't crunch when you... No, you're fine, Keith. And if it doesn't crunch when you drink it, it's not got enough in it. And then the next thing he tried was he got some Wheat Bix, which I don't know how many people in channel are familiar with what Wheat Bix are, but they're they're little biscuits of rolled dried wheat flakes that have been compressed into a brick, and they are very dry and suck up moisture like a sponge. And they're a breakfast cereal, and they're generally intended to be eaten with milk, and probably something like, I usually put honey on mine, but raw sugar or some fruit or something with them. It's quite popular having a sliced banana. But he didn't know what they were, and he went, oh, they look kind of like biscuits, like crisp bread. So and they're like, I don't know, 3/4 of an inch thick and about the same footprint as a crisp bread. So he was just eating them dry and struggling so hard to swallow them because they are very dry. And all the Australians in the comments just like, no, don't do that to yourself. That's not how you eat them. And he like manfully ate 2, and then he looked it up on Google, and the first hit he came across on Google was like, oh, you spread butter and Vegemite on them, to which the Australians have also gone, no, that's not right. So he slathered them with some butter because he didn't have any Vegemite to hand, and he was going, well, that's a lot better. Still not sure. So I'm hoping someone sets him straight, because the comments, I don't think he could see the comments in real time. It was just like, oh, that's not good. And we were sort of talking about it afterwards, going, that's going to absorb all the moisture out of his intestines. He's going to have the worst constipation after eating those dry. But and the last thing he had was there's like a Milo breakfast cereal option, which is little, almost like rice pebble type things. I don't know exactly what the cereal is. That are coated in Milo, and he was eating them by the handful, and I think that got the taste of the Wheat Bix out of his mouth. But yeah, he was, and he was drinking some of the too watered down, not enough Milo in the milk. Milo trying to get fluid in his mouth for the dry wheat fix, and it was like, you're so close to how you're supposed to eat it. Not quite there, but you're so close. So the comments were going, if you're sending in packages, send instructions. He comes across as very genuine. I don't think he was playing it up for a stunt. And he was very bemused. He was like asking if people were trolling him with this being a product that people actually eat. So I just think he genuinely didn't understand how we eat them and how they're meant to be eaten. He is so unabashedly gleeful about everything to do with Australia. It's kind of heartwarming and a little stalkerish on occasions. Seems to be his fixation. It's funny actually, I found a whole bunch of different US streamers who seem very fixated on Australia. I don't know if it's because we're on the other side of the world and but also a very Anglo country largely. I mean, we do have a lot of immigrants in Australia. Where we live in particular, we have quite a large Indian and African population near us. And as countries go, we're quite a bit younger than the US, and we are built largely on immigration. So not just sort of modern immigration from non-Commonwealth countries, but like we were initially settled by the convicts and soldiers because it was used as a prison colony, and then we had the gold rush and we had a lot of people come out here because of the gold rush, and then we had waves of immigration after each of the major wars globally. So even within my lifetime I've seen waves of immigrants from different cultural backgrounds come in. But there were, in addition to the Commonwealth immigrants sort of in the early 1900s, there was also we had quite a lot of Chinese immigrants here during the gold rush years. So it's really quite a varied population. We had a lot of Vietnamese come in after the Vietnam War. We had a lot of Koreans come in after the Korean War. We've had a lot of people from all over Europe come in after the First and Second World Wars. We've had a pretty much constant stream of people from India and Pakistan and the Middle East and various African nations with various conflicts over that side of the world. And I've worked with quite a few people from South America. I learned recently, I was surprised, I didn't know this, we don't actually have an official language. Most government materials are produced primarily in English, but are also available in a ton of other languages on request. And we have a lot of, so like, as I said, we have a lot of Indian near us. So we have probably as many Indian supermarkets near us as we have sort of big chain traditional Anglo ones. The Indian ones tend to be smaller, but very intense. And I noticed recently on the main street in town, because we live in an outer suburb that was a country town that's been absorbed by the great boundary of the city. Australia has some of the largest, geographically speaking, cities in the world that tend to be very low density, and in a lot of cases they just sort of like spread out and absorb towns that were nearby. And we're right on one of the outer edges. But we've had this sudden influx of Mexican restaurants, which I didn't expect. Because there's one we've been going to for years nearby. But along the main strip in town, there's been like 5 open up in the last 12 months, which surprised me. I wouldn't have thought it would have been something that there'd have been that sort of market for them. But apparently there is. But there used to be a really strong Greek and Italian community out here. And during lockdown, the last Greek restaurant closed, which made me sad because I really liked them. Still have a lot of Italian places. And they stopped carrying the sort of Greek spice mixes and things in the local supermarket around that time as well. There are still enclaves of Greek communities around the city, but not so many out here anymore. And in a city in Melbourne, there was a place called Lonsdale Street that had, or there is a place called Lonsdale Street, and it had several blocks that had quite a few Greek restaurants and cafes and the like. And most of them have shut down in the last while. So I don't know what's happened with all of that. Melbourne supposedly is, I think, the 3rd biggest Greek city in the world for population. So they're somewhere, but I don't know where. They've all moved somewhere. And one of the places I lived before I met Brem was in the middle of a high density of Jewish population. So they'd have a lot of Mediterranean food there as well. It was fabulous. Now we're going 3 minutes to go. This is going to be the best yield yet of any of them. Even with me being distracted by cats and talking about restaurants. Alright, what's that about, little girl? So when the timer goes off for this one, we'll fly across to the capital for the player hub for this zone, for this expansion, and pick up the crafting recipes. so that I can have a look at how many things we could make. I'm trying to think where we go next. We can go Outland or Pandaria. Pandaria might be a good one. So Outland has its... There's no vendors in Outland, so they may not have implemented over there yet. I also can't tell if the yield is going up because I do seem to be getting more multiples now, so it does seem to level up to a degree. I'm getting multiples more often than not now, 2s and 3s. So I wonder if that's affecting the numbers as well. I'll gather that one because I was at it. And then we'll fly to Dalaran. Yeah, I'm getting multiples now more often than I'm not. Yeah, only it's kind of like an invisible leveling up because there's no matching skill for it. So my observation would be it does seem to be leveling up. We haven't gotten more than 3 anywhere yet. So I wonder if 3 per gather is the maximum and whether we get to a point where we're getting 3 per. We'll go to the bank and put this stuff in the bank. Make a note. So that was Northrend, and we got 151, which was quite a few more than. It was nearly double what we got in the first zone in that amount of time.
Greetings.
What's up, little ones? So we had 82, 85, 131, 151.
Be careful.
We'll go talk to the trainers.
a tall one.
We'll have a look at what the recipes would have given us as far as quantities go. So my main that this is a copy of is an Alchemist Scribe, which is going to be quite well positioned for making inks, dyes. So if I have a look at the inscription, that was Northrend. That one's 12, can make a few of those. 45, 10, 6, 18. Well, that needs a few. 20. What else have I done? I've done classic. That's 10. That one's 40. Butter. And then cauldron 30. Green potion 10. For the fountain. I can make that, I can make that, I can go to that, but I need the demon steel bar, so demon steel is going to be the thing I'm going to have to collect a lot of. Starry scrolling for. Obviously haven't been to the trainers for the Kultiran. Haven't been to the trainers for Shadowland either. Alrighty. Let's go check the vendors out and see what they've got and what they cost. So one was in Sholazar Basin. Back to napping on top of the computer, huh? Where in Sholazar Basin am I going? There, okay. Can't tell if the doof doof music is coming from my living room or one of the neighbours. Versa.
Hey there. See you around.
The next one was in Borean Tundra. There, okay. So Transmog will be back in a couple of weeks. And then we will need to fix our look. Because it's pretty nondescript at the moment. And there's the PvP arena, which I'm not going to go into. So... probably makes sense. To do Pandaria next, I reckon. So let's do a little portal hop. Actually, rather than that, because I haven't been there yet, let's do War Within, current expansion. Because I don't think I've been to the trainers there yet. No, I haven't. Alright, let's so do current expansion. What's going to be a good zone to collect there? Might as well stay with Kazalgar. Out and around Dornagal. Rather than going down to one of the levels below. But we've got Mechagon as well that we should go visit the traders there. Okay. How much currency do I have? Alright, let's go. First of all, see the trainers and learn the recipes.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Do you have a query? The Titans will return.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. Return and peruse my inventory.
May the Red Crane live forever in your heart.
Alright, where are the traders around here? So we've got Auditor, Garner, Jared, Jared.
My directive is to serve you. My directive has been fulfilled. My thanks for your patronage. I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
That's a recipe. It makes
return and peruse my inventory again.
I'll go check out the innkeeper and see if he has any more. Cooking trainer have any more recipes?
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders. My directive has been fulfilled.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. My thanks for your patronage.
My thanks for your patronage.
That is used for cooking in a number of recipes to do with midnight. And most people haven't found other places to buy them yet. So who are the other people who in Dornigal that are selling stuff? Where's Garnet?
Let's work something out.
I hope you find something that delights you.
My directive is to serve you. My directive is...
Alright, when I see the first log, I will start the timer. Assuming I see a first log. Oh, yep, there's one. I'm going to get attacked a lot more because things are going to be closer to my level. That's going to slow things down just a touch. I can't be quite as cavalier about just ignoring mobs as I had been. I'm just going to pause the timer a moment because there is a vendor here. Vendor here. I did find them earlier on, right there they are.
If I don't have it, I'd love to learn to make it.
Found them on PTR, so I knew they were around here somewhere.
Transaction complete. Come again soon.
Restart the timer.
The fall of Dalaran shattered countless irreplaceable artifacts of immense power. It is our duty to preserve what we can.
I've gotten myself turned around, I think. I'm not where I thought I was. So most of the lumber we've found so far has been near Freywold. It's obviously time to complain. I've had nothing but singles thus far. So I wonder if it's level up within a zone, because certainly the North Rend ones were being quite generous towards the end, but it's gone back to singles, and they're pretty sparse. Oh, your wax though. Obviously no one's collecting it.
Fatality!
I was planning to stream last night and I crashed really hard. I was in bed by 9:30 or something, falling asleep. Had a call with one of the specialists during the week about the blood test results that are giving us concerns, and one of the prevailing theories on what's causing it. And they were very much, yeah, the literature doesn't support that. But I'm happy for you to run a test to see. So the ADHD medication I've been taking, we're going to trial me coming off it for a period of time. See if the other blood tests come back in line, but it will mean that I've got to be off the medication for a minimum of 2 months for the TSH numbers to potentially level off. See if it's helped. So that's going to make for an uncomfortable Christmas. But I think the current plan is to do another blood test late December, mid to late December. Then when I go on to shut down for work, I'll stop taking the ADHD meds. That gives me 3 weeks to level off before work opens up again for the after the summer. And hopefully I'll have acclimatised enough that I'm going to be functional. But at the moment I'm already looking at reducing my hours next year because I'm just not doing well at the minute. So that's the current plan. We'll see how that plays out in the new year. And if the reduced hours are sustainable.
Let's work something out. Transaction complete. Come see the new items I have.
But his opinion is that it won't make any difference, but that eliminating it at least gives us an answer, and we can cross it off the list. But it'll mean sort of by the time I get the test results back, it'll have been 2.5 months off, so I'm going to have to re-titrate back up onto the medications again afterwards. So effectively at least 3 months of not on the full dose, and we were already looking at increasing the dose, so I think after we've done that we'll see where we're at for potentially increasing the dose if it is unrelated to that. And if the Vyvanse is what's causing the problem, then I guess we need to look at what alternatives we have. Complex health issues are a pain in the butt. Because the current frontrunners, based on the other symptoms, are lupus, Sjogren's, and outside chance of Parkinson's, and at least 2 of those are progressive. So that's not happy news. Well, we'll see what happens. The problem with most autoimmune conditions is they're diagnosed by elimination. There's not really a simple do this test and you've got a clear answer. So I've got the thyroid specialist. I've got a call booked with them in a week and a half to go through the results from the ADHD specialist. Oh yeah, and so like I think the main reason he's looking at it's valid doing the test is that I have a history of having atypical reactions to medications. So maybe. He's saying there's nothing in the literature that supports it would be triggering it, but who knows? Everybody's different. But he's going based on the description. It's something adrenal. That something's telling the brain that despite having a steady dose of replacement thyroid hormone, that it doesn't have enough, and the brain is trying to tell it to create more. So he thinks it's probably something adrenal based is out of kilter. It's all just very tiring. I feel like the higher the level, the less successful we are in getting stuff. Now this has the added complication of having to fight mobs. I wonder if I should go downstairs to the Ringing Deeps while I'm here. Just pause the timer while I'm fixing my add-ons. It's not the add-on itself that's the problem, it's a known issue that's been around for multiple expansions now with a taint issue with the Blizzard UI. Seeing how I'm around it and the timer has stopped. Combat with these that I didn't mean to attack. And then I will go down to the Ringing Deeps and start the timer again.
Fatality!
It goes rolled up in a ball of sleep on top of my computer. Alright. Let's see how we go. I know I've made a mistake and there may be no lumber down here, but there's someone else gathering. Wiggle in. Should have checked the build number to see if there'd been a change in the build since the last time I streamed, because there's certainly some behavioural changes. Feels like they've turned off ability to do waypoint tracking. I may need to reinstall TomTom and see if that's what's causing the problem. But it was working 2 days ago. Quite successful. Vamp's in a good mood.
Fatality! Fatality!
Pausing the timer. I'm pretty sure this is one of the vendors that has stuff. There's a couple in here somewhere.
Stay focused.
You need? I got. I'll bring back more shiny things. It's not junk, it's treasure. I find more stuff for you.
Yep, this is going to be the lowest collection I think of any of them, even with me pausing the timer. Another phasing one. Yeah, the Dornicons are going to be a little tricksy. They're not as profuse as some of the alternatives.
Another outbreak of violence. Time to stand up and shut this down.
I'm far more likely to be interrupted.
Show everyone Candlekin not boss forever.
Fatality! 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 Fatality!
Okay, so that is working now. I think the problem was that TomTom had crashed. Alright.
Fatality! Fatality!
Okay, so cursor cooldown does not like Convoke at all. Does not like Convoke at all. I'll need to give them some feedback.
Fatality!
This one's only got a few minutes left on the timer. I must admit I might do a bit of decor collecting and then do some decor placing. I'm starting to get a bit drifty to be doing the flying around collecting lumber. But I think we'll have done half the possible expansions. Not bad for an attempt. So we asked Jessie, who's the lead developer for housing, whether house XP that you earn prior to getting yourself a house. So for example, if you're one of the people who don't have a pre-order, planning to buy it when the game actually releases, if you go off and earn house XP after it goes live on 2nd of December, whether you'll lose that XP, and the answer is no, it will be retained until such time as you can claim it. So if you're someone who's interested in housing but won't have a pre-order, you can go around and collect stuff and get drops and things beforehand. That's fine. Remember this one at the bottom of the map as well. Particularly given it's about to go bing. I'm going to go get that one at the bottom of the map. As I had located it. And then I'm going to go pick up some decor from some other vendors. There's another vendor in here. It was in this one. No, it's the place next door.
If I don't have it, I'd love to learn to make it. Initiating restock.
I have many, many wares. Farewell, friend of the Grummles. I'd buy more stuff for you!
Okay, so we have Colourful. Let's see as we fly through if we see any lumber on the map. There's some. Colourful might have been a better collection zone. I don't know if it's just no one else has been collecting here, but I'm seeing them all over the place, so Hellowfall probably would have been a better place to collect them. I will keep that in mind. Seeing it everywhere. Malia Ironsong.
Sacred flame guide your way, friend. Always be prepared.
Now this one looks like they have a story to tell. May the light of the flame brighten your day.
You carry your torch, you light the city.
Beladar shifts. It is inevitable.
The sacred flame tempers not just our souls, but my steel.
Beladar shine. We burn brightly together. Walk in the light.
Yeah, I think I would have been much better off collecting lumber in this zone. But that is something I can work for next time. I'll have a quick fly around the downstairs zone and see if it's any better. Already was. Seeing plenty down here as well. I may have picked the two worst zones to collect in. What was my total count in the end? 60. Just wait a minute, I will be right back. And I need to find threats. I obviously shouldn't have eaten 2 pieces of brownie. I tend to have a very visceral reaction to if I get too much sugar in my system. Alright. Thrips. I was looking for thrips. There's even lumber there. I was looking in the totally wrong zone. It's not hikes, it's it's not Hague's, it's from the Great Ocean Road Chocolateria.
Sorry?
It's from the Great Ocean Road Chocolateria.
And what was it? Just here?
It was their brownie mix, but it did have some of those dots in the brownie mix.
By the Queen! For Al-Qahed.
City of Threads, anything else in this region? Done that. Crush, make undermine. Do the undermine ones, what currency do they use? That uses a goldfish. Or more to the point, it uses 15 goldfish. I need to fish some up. That uses resonance crystals, so not much point going to undermine. Use resonance crystals. Alright, so I'm going to need to farm up a ton of resonance crystals. It has been not exactly a learning experience, because I apparently don't learn, but it has been something that's been a little challenging the last few years, is I get a very, very visceral response to too much sugar or too much fats. So you just are forced to be good. I have a reward that I can collect down here for one of those on retail.
It is good you are here. My memory spans 13 generations.
See if I can catch some goldfish and get that item, because it's kind of funky. I should be able to get some. What do I need? 15. Because there's a housing endeavour. It seems to have gone away. There was one that was fish or gather. It seemed to have gone away. Obviously it's cycled through.
You got the good stuff, man.
Lost opportunity not to have something on Grifter.
It is very wise to shop here.
My directive is to serve.
Let's see if we can get some goldfish. Interesting. I find it really curious which toys it brings across sometimes versus which ones it doesn't. Apparently it decided the fishing bobbers were OP. There's one. Another 14. Another 13. We're having a whole should I stay or should I go now conversation in the other room. One's not feeling well by the sounds of it. To find another stingweed or runoff. Cool. Run up on me.
Fatality! Fatality! Fatality!
Maybe. Here we have another steam wheel runoff nearby. I wouldn't want to eat the fish that I'm catching here, that's for sure.
Fatality!
I have to give them some feedback
Fatality!
on how often it's crashing out. Seems to be taint related to do with the Blizzard UI. I'm pretty sweet little girl.
Fatality!
Of pools. So I'm looking on the minimap for fishing pools to see if I can get any pools for the goldfish, because they only spawn in a very specific pool type.
Come on in. Quitting time. How you doing, pal?
Apparently I had some in the bank. Okay, that was all I needed. Alright, where are we at? That was that dude. Now I'm out of resonance crystals, so I'm not going to be able to buy any of the other stuff down here. Just to confirm, there's the closest vendor, there's one there. For that sort of goldfish? No, I don't think I can. It needs a very specific, yeah, they need resonance crystals. Needs a very specific type of water, she says laughingly, and a very specific fishing pool. Alright, let's go back to the plot. We've lost the plot. See if going back to the zone causes the thing to refresh.
Sun chase your shadows. Baladash Malinore.
Open for business. Have a good one.
Being neighbourly. I'll go place some decor, because if I can place 50 pieces or 50 points of decor.
We shall not falter.
Always begin with intention.
I had to heal some wandering artists. I intentionally clicked on a duck the other day and attacked it. I didn't mean to attack it. It was vaguely reminiscent of if you've ever played Legend of Zelda and attacked a chicken, you would know what came next. It was not in my favour. Where's she?
What can I do?
Doing it, Cinder.
Have a good one.
Can I help you?
I don't know, can you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm sure I need help. Oh, it's Bambi. So Legend of Zelda is a classic Nintendo game well, this entire series of games. And if you attack a chicken, you get swarmed by the chickens. And there is a high probability that you will die to the chickens if you attack a chicken. They will just overwhelm you with numbers. There's sticks on the side of the road around here. Not in that sense, no. Here's a mistake you try to avoid repeating, but you inevitably do. You click on one accidentally, and you swing your sword, and next thing you know, you've been beaten up by a swarm of chickens. Not too sure about all this carrion and dead fish. It's a little concerning. Particularly with all the piles of sticks. I don't know if we've got a Blair Witch situation on our hands. Or if RFK is trawling the woods, that might explain all the carrion. And critter names, unless I mouse over them. There's something odd going on in the UI. Yeah. Someone grab this house yet? Down near the moon well? Very dark. Fairy ring. All these stick piles near my house. What's going on? I am at 200 out of 200 for my external placement. So let's go into the house and see what we can do. baby. Having a nap. Alright, so we were working on the dining room. We will work on the courtyard later. Yeah. You're an undo. There's supposed to be a way to be placed decor. Uh-huh. Haven't made any dyes yet. That's next on the list. Liz, would you like a super duper? 2 6. Elise, would you like a super duper? I find they're a lifesaver. Sorry. Super duper zero lifesaver for middle-aged women with hot flushes. I keep a whole bunch in the freezer. Where am I? I'm placing cushions. I'm placing cushions. Was placing auction. I just need to pop outside and see if any of those items are available on the auction house. I did a run around collecting lumber earlier this evening to see if things were being kind to me. I don't have my auction house mount. My auction house mount is not available to me. Let's go check out the auction house and see if anything's available that I can do some cooking. Interesting. So the NPCs in Founders Point are not showing their titles, their names, even though they're supposed to.
Patience, patience. Goodbye.
$15, $25, and $8 is $33. Odd. Odd. I don't know. Last I heard he was losing badly, and then he I don't have a miner. It is Saturday. It is poker.
My goods are one of a kind. Treat my wares with care. Honoria Shola.
Oh, that's what I should do. I should go to Stormwind. And I should see if there is
Return when you need more.
let's see if they've got the trade NPCs up in the traders section of town, because then I'll be able to buy the ingredients I need to make the other stuff. Maybe. That seems reasonable. I have been told that sugar affects people. Yes, there are 11 people watching and Owen Keith chatting. There was 20 people watching earlier and Owen Keith chatting. So, you know, that's a thing.
Are you planning a purchase? Treat my wares with care.
So I made brownies earlier this evening, or earlier this afternoon, that people have been eating. And I had a bit of a reaction to them because I'm not good with too much sugar and fats in a go. And they were very cakey. They'd probably be good with a bit of ice cream to calm them down a little, as bizarre as that sounds. The dairy is a bit slower to digest.
My goods are one of a kind.
I need to go fishing.
May my goods serve you well.
I have many lucky doos. You like? Many farewell.
How can I help? Farewell, friend.
So do we have, in the trade district, do we have the profession trainers? Because that's a thing that they often have on beta and PTR. Here we have a bunch of NPCs hanging about. He does, but are they the right ones? I would say no. There's normally a bunch of Taurans
Good day to you.
hanging about,
See you later.
and they're super useful. Hmm. I'm just going to exit game and come back in to test something to see if it levels up my my housing, because it didn't go up with all the things I collected, and it should be on level 3 or very close to it by now. It's hard to say. I collected quite a few things. So we'll just refresh that and see what it's doing. What I'm seeing on the feed is very far behind where I am now.
Fatality!
If you can fish in the Founder's Point. And I wonder what fish it would give you. Oh, baby, did you just wake up? Did I wake you up? It gave me a whole bunch of XP though. Not quite enough. But it caught up a bit. And we have some mail. It's a goldfish. What's up, baby? Sleepy kitty on my lap. Alright, so if I go to alchemy, do this over by the dye place. Actually, let's what am I going to do? I was going to train in alchemy and inscription for new expansion. I forgot. Headbutts and purrs. Very nice little girl. You okay? I take it Brim did not have a good night. Hoping to get a coupon.
Sun chase your shadows. What needs bring you here?
What are you chewing on? No. No. I was going to ask, have you given them anything for dinner? Who paid for dinner? Okay, I will check with Liz. I will check with Liz. Why? How about you see how you feel in the morning and we'll work it out. Okay?
Sinu Amanore. Sun, chase your shadows. With perseverance, strength. A new Bala Baloria line.
My goods are one of a kind.
A nubalore della Na. Shorel Aran.
Are you planning a purchase? Treat my wares with care. My goods are one of a kind. Return when you need more.
Hey baby, there's things making loud noises out there. It's okay. Yeah, that's one coming. Yeah, but this one coming. Alright. What do we owe you for dinner? You sure? Because I think we still owe you from packs as well. Alright. Doesn't sound like it. He had a bit of a panic attack earlier in the evening and yeah, hasn't really fully gotten over it. Need to find where the bank is and resettle my stacks. She's just left, but sure. He's making noises. I'm gonna have to go clean the kitchen up in a minute. It is a mess.
Just want to know if you like to wake up the...
I'll go clean up the kitchen shortly. I'll go clean up the kitchen shortly. Easier if I go clean up the kitchen, that way I know where everything ends up. Okay. Yeah, Kitty's hiding. She's not sure what's going on. Lots of loud people. Yeah, she's where she can safely crawl under the futon and hide. People keep ducking in. This was your safe space. Take care on the roads. Poor Echo, she's not good with people she doesn't know. She's hiding in my office. Just waiting for everyone to leave so she can go have dinner. It's very late here, assuming your brother hasn't eaten at all. Because he's much, much braver. Yep. Yep. I'll come and clean up the kitchen in a minute. Which is a sign that I probably need to log off so I can go clean up the kitchen as soon as midnight. And I guess they're all leaving and it sounds like Brim needs to calm down a little, so I'll finish milling this and then I will log off. But thanks for coming and hanging out. We managed to do 5 zones that we collected lumber in, 1 that was not yet implemented, so that's half of them. I need to do Outland, Pandaria, BFO Shadowlands, Dragonflight, and I haven't done Midnight yet. So we will see what we will see. I will keep trying to do my dining room but I need to get some materials for it, so what do I need? I need some bismuth. I will check the recipes. I think I need to phone is broken. Possibly buy some stuff on the retail side and transfer another copy of the character over to get the inventory and mail it to myself. Or put it in my warband bank. But I think that is going to be that for tonight. So thanks for coming by. Everybody have a great day wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Stay safe. I'm hoping the kitchen isn't too much of a war zone either, but when I wandered through before it wasn't looking great. I'll hopefully have a chance to do a bit tomorrow, but I have raid tomorrow night, and if we have enough people, we will do some progression raiding tomorrow night. So everyone have a great day, and I'll catch you next time.